All set for the opener. They're off. Lil Green Machine out sharply from the outside. Along the rail is King of Awesome. Out deep on the track is No More. Between horses, 4 Bounce. And taking a funny step there at the back is Dynamic Mission, who trails as they race out of the chute. With just over 5 furlongs to go, it's Lil Green Machine, a half length on top. King of Awesome along the rail, and No More is in the 3-path. These two both pressing the leader, 2 lengths better than 4 Bounce, who races from 4th. It's a gap of about 5 back to Dynamic Mission, who trails. The quarter was a moderate 24 seconds flat, less than a half mile to go, and it is still Lil Green Machine leading the way with No More a half length back in second. King of Awesome begins to tail off, giving the 3rd spot to 4 Bounce, well back to Dynamic Mission, who's losing ground. Midway around the turn, and Lil Green Machine tries to shake off No More. The lead is up to 1.5. No More asked for a little more from second. The half was raced in 47-1. The top 2 have opened up about 6 lengths on 4 Bounce and King of Awesome, who races a pair at the head of the stretch. Dynamic Mission still the trailer. Top of the lane, Lil Green Machine still has the lead, but here comes No More. These two bump past the 3/16 pole. Lil Green Machine tries to find more. No More is right there in second. It's a battle down the stretch, but Lil Green Machine starts to go a little better. Lil Green Machine, No More resurges one more time. No More, here comes No More, and Chris Husband's down to the wire. That's a photo finish. I think Lil Green Machine got right back up with the nose down. No More was second, then 4 Bounce, King of Awesome, and Dynamic Mission, 119-1. They're off. They've broken a line. Sweet Finale has her head in front. From the outside is Lime, and on the rail is Sienna Dream. The 3 are in a real match race, head and head down the backstretch with a half mile to go. It is Sweet Finale, a head better than Lime on the outside. Sienna Dream in a pressing spot from the rail, getting in tight as they race into the turn with just over 3 furlongs to go. Sweet Finale and Lime are head and head. Sienna Dream is 1.5 back. They went the opening quarter in 23 flat. It is still Lime putting her head in front of Sweet Finale. Sienna Dream watching it all unfold, 1.5 back. Quarter of a mile to go. Lime is being ridden along by Bino, while Sweet Finale is not asked for much. Sienna Dream is going to look for room up the rail end, finds it. Sweet Finale now shaking off Lime, who's tired down the outside. Sienna Dream is going to have to rally along the rail. Less than a furlong to go, a half in 47-1. Sweet Finale is cruising open her lead. She's up by 3 with a 16th to go. It is Sweet Finale on top. Sweet Finale best in the second, then Sienna Dream and Lime, 59-3. They're off. Venomous stayed out well along the rail. Torpedo Max is showing speed. Deep on the track is Summer Retreat. These 3 are the fastest out. It's going to be Torpedo Max to set the early pace. Torpedo Max a length better than Summer Retreat in Venomous State. 4th along the inside is Artie My Boy. It's a gap of 4 back to Sophia's Slugger, and along the rail is Beyond Borders. They race into the turn. Torpedo Max's lead is down to a head as Venomous State descends past a quarter in a quick 22 and 2. Summer Retreat is watching it from the 3-path. Artie My Boy in a stalking spot from 4th, still about 4 lengths better than Beyond Borders, who has surpassed Sophia's Slugger. Just over a quarter of a mile to go, and at 4 to 5, Venomous State has taken control. Artie My Boy angles off the rail looking for racing room to launch his bid as Torpedo Max tires deep on the track. Summer Retreat not doing much, and here comes Beyond Borders swinging out to the middle of the track. Artie My Boy is ranging up to Venomous State, who needs to find more at the 8th pole. Here comes Beyond Borders rallying down the outside. He still has 4 lengths to make up. Venomous State is kicking on. It is Venomous State and Helen Vanek going on to victory. Venomous State 1 1/4 over Artie My Boy, then Beyond Borders and Summer Retreat 105 and 3. Royal City Rain goes in. We're all set. And they're off. Is There a Forest out well? New York Commander between horses with a Wildest Treasure on the far outside. 2 more lengths back to Royal City Rain, and along the rail is Born to Be Good. They race out of the chute and onto the backstretch, and seizing control is There a Forest? Is There a Forest is up by 1.5. Rushing up the inside is Born to Be Good. Also coming from the back is Royal City Rain. The next 4 are in a line. In the between horses, New York Commander, and widest still is a Wildest Treasure, but down the backstretch it is There a Forest, 2.5 lengths in control. The quarter was raced in 23 and 1. It is There a Forest, 2 lengths on top. A Wildest Treasure is now a clear second with 3rd on the inside, Born to Be Good. Royal City Rain made a rush but is being ridden along to keep up from 4th, and tailing off is New York Commander. Midway around the turn, and Is There a Forest tries to give them the slip past a half and 47 flat. Is There a Forest is up by 3, but here comes Born to Be Good, second along the inside. A Wildest Treasure begins to tread water at the top of the stretch. Is There a Forest and Brandon Boulanger still on top. Brian Shane takes Born to Be Good off the rail, trying to launch a rally in the final furlong. It's down to these 2. Is There a Forest up by 3. Born to Be Good second. Not much ground being made up as Is There a Forest is still clear at the 70-yard pole. It is There a Forest on top. Is There a Forest by 2.5, then Born to Be Good, a Wildest Treasure, and Royal City Rain, 119 and 4. And they're off. Leaping at the start, JMR Gemma missed a couple of lengths. Jungle Goddess is out well. Out wide is Pacenza. Here comes Fresh Dreams along the inside looking for position with Fun Cool. Down along the rail is Luema, then Remember Old Times, and well back to JMR Gemma after the tardy beginning. It is Jungle Goddess leading the way, a length better than Fun Cool with less than a half mile to go. These 2 have opened up 3 lengths on Remember Old Times, Pacenza, and Fresh Dreams, who race as a trio. The opening quarter was 22 and 2. Luema is about 8 lengths off the lead, and now JMR Gemma begins to gather momentum. Midway around the turn, Jungle Goddess is leading the way. Fun Cool asks for more by Mail Hot, but not responding. Fresh Dreams is making up ground along the inside, but lacks some racing room. Pacenza is 4th. Asked for more by Shane is Remember Old Times as they swing for home. Jungle Goddess is led from the onset, still has a 2-length cushion over Fresh Dreams, who's rallying down the inside. Remember Old Times is splitting horses. Pacenza still has about 5 lengths to make up on stablemate Jungle Goddess. Jungle Goddess still leads. The only threat is Fresh Dreams, but Jungle Goddess is going to go wire to wire under long shot Leo Salas at 18-1. Fresh Dreams was second, then Pacenza and Remember Old Times, 106 flat. And they're off. Our Stormy Sophia out like a shot from the inside, going out to make the pace. Hard ridden from the outside is Lady of the Fort, and here comes Ms. Gemma along the rail, watching the pace intently. Ashwicken away in fourth, about 2.5 lengths off the leader. It's another gap of 2 back to Flat Out Angel, Rumors Fly, and She's So Cold, who race as a trio at the back. Less than 5 furlongs to go. It is still Our Stormy Sophia, a half length better than Ms. Gemma. Lady of the Fort watching from fourth, being ridden along past a quarter in 23 and 4. Ashwicken is stalking from the outside in fourth. Now Flat Out Angel and She's So Cold have both gained ground. It's a gap of 4 back to Rumors Fly, who trails as they race into the turn. Our Stormy Sophia still maintaining a short lead, but here comes Lady of the Fort to stick her head in front. Ms. Gemma is still right there from third. Now moving well on the outside is Ashwicken. The half was 48 and 2. Flat Out Angel within 2 lengths of the lead. She's So Cold is spinning her tires, and Rumors Fly is still at the back. They turn for home. Ms. Gemma has had plenty of room up the rail and puts her head in front. Lady of the Floor is laying in between horses. Ashwicken, and down the crown of the track is Flat Out Angel. 4 across the track at the 8th pole. Flat Out Angel just swept clear easily. Flat Out Angel is going to draw clear to win this in hand under Pierre Mailhot. No doubt about this one. Flat Out Angel by about 6. Ashwicken second, then Ms. Gemma and Lady of the Fort, 121 and 4. All set for the nightcap. They're off. MC Jackhammer out best from the far outside. One more ring also there, and here comes Blues Power to shoot clear and make the lead. It is Blues Power. Along the inside, Voyant is right there. One more ring between horses and MC Jackhammer out wide. 2 back to Scenic Holiday. Along the rail is Sir Gravenscroft, and the trailer out wide is Ethnic Soul. They race into the turn. It is Blues Power on top, but here comes Voyant and Deshaun Bino to put the pressure on. 23 and 1 for the quarter. Out wide is MC Jackhammer. One more ring is in striking position. The top 4 have opened up about 6 on Sir Gravenscroft, Scenic Holiday, and Ethnic Soul. Less than a quarter of a mile to go. Blues Power still maintains a short lead, but Voyant is right there along the rail. One more ring right there from third, and deep on the track is MC Jackhammer. Here comes one more ring from the middle. One more ring sticks ahead in front. Blues Power tries to find more. Voyant was in tight along the rail, and MC Jackhammer is widest. Coming down to the wire, it is one more ring about 4 lengths on top. MC Jackhammer got second over Blues Power, and then Voyant 59 and 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fort Erie Racetrack on a overcast Tuesday evening. Nicer conditions than yesterday, though it is still pretty cloudy here. It is currently 20 degrees Celsius, 68 Fahrenheit. We are on the main track fast and on the turf good, with the rail out 6 feet, still on the turf for tonight's card of racing. Like I said, it is overcast, cloudy, a little bit of a wind coming from the west, although right now the flags are down. That was not the case a little bit earlier. 34 minutes to post. Check out our website, forterieracing.com, for all the info on everything Fort Erie. You can also get live streaming of our races and catch all of our race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Our next race day will be our special Sunday Father's Day card this Sunday, June 18th, with a special first post of 12:05. And on that note, we have lots of stuff going on the track on Father's Day. We're going to have vendors, the farmers market, and food trucks on site. And as a reminder, next week there will be no races on Monday or Tuesday. We will just have the Father's Day card on Sunday. The free summer concert series is back this summer at Fort Erie. Our next concert will be on Tuesday, June 27th after the races, featuring The Trip. Our full concert schedule is on screen now. The dogs are back this summer at Fort Erie Racetrack. Wiener Dogs will be taking the track on Sunday, July the 16th, and the Basset Hounds will be here on Sunday, August 13th. Dog races will be taking place after the last horse race on both days. Be sure to mark your calendars. The 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. The Paddock Shack is open for all your food and beverage needs right down by the walking ring on the ground floor. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are strongly recommended. The Homestretch Bar is now open, located next to the Tiki Barbecue. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $13.25 per person plus tax. The track pack includes a food item, a drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Early Pick 4 starts in Race 2. That pool guaranteed at $7,500. Also guaranteed at $7,500 is the Late Pick 5, beginning in Race 4. Jackpot High Five wagering offered in today's 8th race. The carryover is up to $11,456. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage is allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is permitted on the property. Today's changes are coming up now. Race 1, a couple of overweights. Number 2, El Guero, will be 4 pounds over at 122. And number 4, Prince for a Day, 2 pounds over at 122. No changes in Race 2. No changes in Race 3. In Race 4, we have a rider change on the number 3, Dr. Uptown. Make the rider Amanda Vandermeersch and correct the weight to 117 pounds with a 5-pound bug. Rider change in Race 5, the number 4, Dimi Quando. Make the rider Pierre Mailhot. Race 6, an overweight on number 3, Getting Ahead, will be 1 pound over at 119 pounds. And a rider change on the 6, Be a Majestic Gigi. Make the rider Juan Crawford. Race 7, overweight on the number 4, She Ain't No Joke, will be 1 pound over at 119. Vet scratch the number 5, a Roadmap. Overweight on number 6, One Last Fling, 3 over at 121. And an overweight on number 7, Only Believe, 1 pound over at 121. Race 8, Vet Scratch, the number 2, Blame the Toll. And an overweight on the 3, Secret Sunshine, will be 2 pounds over at 120. So we're back with a solid 8-race card on this Tuesday evening. We had a pretty good day despite the poor conditions yesterday, over 800,000 wagered, and we're hoping to keep the strong momentum going. Solid card coming up, and let's take a look. Race 1 is a maiden claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. Going 6 1/2 furlongs for a claiming price of $4,000 down to $3,750. Field of 5 set to go here. Top pick here is the 4, Prince for a Day. This one goes for Cindy Musto and Ishmael Mosquera. Made his Fort Erie debut on opening day in the Sprint into Summer Cup. Had some forward position before tiring off in the stretch. That was a tougher group than this. He now drops into the bottom maiden level, 4,000. Second start off the bench, should be live with the class relief. Number 1, Best and Final, kicked off his season on opening day. First race of the season, actually. Dropped back to last after a slow start and just never recovered. He had a couple of good efforts last year. Closed out the 2022 season with a pair of runner-up finishes in August before going on the shelf. Best and Final could be live under Leo Salas. And then number 3, Quick Reload. This one goes for owner-trainer Gary Shadobiak and rider Kirk Johnson. Has been gelded since last year. He did not show much at Woodbine as a 3-year-old. Now relocates to Fort Erie, gets to try the dirt, and could be a wake-up prospect. Race 6 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We're going 5 1/2 furlongs for a claiming price of $4,000. Field of 6 going here. Pretty competitive bunch. I'm going with the 6, More Savvy, for Josh Robillard, Radcliffe Racing, and Admiral Stable. Leo Salas picks up the mount on this. He had a win at 18-1 yesterday aboard Jungle Goddess. More Savvy ran for $5,000 on opening day, dropped back to last and made a nice close. Was only beaten a length for second. That race was won pretty comfortably by Pluie d'Avril. More Savvy gets a little bit of class relief here, should have a bit of speed to run at. Things could set up nicely. Number 3, Miss Pease Bella, was a winner at Mountaineer 2 starts ago, April 30th, for this $4,000 claiming price. Took on 8,000 claimers on the turf on opening day here at Fort Erie, dueled for the lead and got tired, set things up perfectly for Hasn't Hit Me Yet. That was a solid group of mares for the price on the turf. Miss Pease Bella gets the class relief, could be live. Then a long shot prospect is the 1, Cozy Cat. This one goes to the barn of Daryl Ezra with apprentice Amanda Vandermeersche aboard. Had some good runs towards the end of last season, including a 3rd behind West Lodge Intrigue in the mud, first start of the season. Race 3, starter optional claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a price of $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $10,000. Field of 5, set to go 5 furlongs, and this is a very solid group of horses. One of the most common angles we talk about in racing is lone speed. The one we don't talk about too often is lone closer, and that is exactly what Big Time Louie looks like, the number 2 here. Big Time Louie is a 9-time winner in 21 starts. He was a winner on opening day. He's getting a nice stalking trip and then surging clear in the stretch to win by a length and a half over Shaku Maku, who he's got to take on here. The other 4 horses all want to show speed, so if Big Time Louie is able to relax off the pace, he should have a good pace to run at. Number 1, Crafty Conquest. Had a couple of starts at Woodbine in May, first off for $7,500. It was a 5 furlong race where he was able to completely control the pace and was never headed. Malibu Secret came out of that race to win quite easily a few weeks later. Crafty Conquest ran back a week later in a much tougher starter optional $10,000 race, going 7 furlongs. He made the lead but could not sustain it, running against much tougher horses than these, Master Spy, Rocket Joe Copper, Sailor's Passion. Gets back to the dirt here, probably a little better on the synthetic, but a contender nonetheless. Then to round things out, number 5, Money Matters, took on A Other Than optional 12-5 company on May 30th. Was very gritty in defeat, was beaten a neck by the Rapid Alacritus, who figures to be one of the favorites in one of our stakes races on Sunday. Money Matters, a speed threat from the outside. He loves the Fort Erie dirt. Race 4 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We're on the turf course, going about 7 furlongs for a price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Field of 7 going here. Top pick here is the 3, Dr. Uptown, a bit of an upset prospect. Amanda Vandermeersch picks up the mount on this one. Dr. Uptown, pretty surprisingly, didn't win a race last year, but he did come close a couple of times, running against good horses like Dots Vision, Robusto, had a couple of near misses. He's a solid old horse. He's had the winter off. He loves the Fort Erie turf. Could be a wake-up prospect. Number 4, Ben Lomond, was claimed by the Tony Adamo barn in Bermuda Blue Stables at Woodbine in May. Came down here on this turf course and ran in a starter optional race on opening day. Rallied to be 3rd behind Dots Vision and Hiatus. Ben Lomond takes the drop in for $62.50. Should be very live with the class relief. Then to close things out, number 2, William Boy. He won both of his starts over the Fort Erie turf last year, albeit against easier company. He's had the winter off and could be a factor under leading rider Chris Husbands, who had a 2-win day yesterday. Race 5, claimers, 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We're going 6 1/2 furlongs for $62.50 down to $6,000. Field of 6 going here. Top pick is the 2, Glitter Mountain. This one was claimed by the Joe Humber barn on May 30th. Ran an okay 3rd behind Artie My Boy and Brady O'Brady. Artie My Boy had a winter fitness edge racing at Mountaineer Mahoney Valley. Glitter Mountain had a couple of wins here at Fort Erie last year. Things could set up nicely for him here. Looks like a logical shot. 8-5 morning line favorite is the 5, Striking Moon. This one wintered at Penn National, was racing mostly at the $16,000 conditioned level there. Picked up a few checks. He's a winner here at Fort Erie. Had a good season last year with a near miss behind Dilettante, who was very tough. He won a $25,000 race at Woodbine on the turf last July. Striking Moon, an obvious contender. Then the 3, Be the Change, 9-year-old Manitoba bred. Was winless in 10 tries last year, but had 6 top 3 finishes and could be along for another slice today. Race 6 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. We're going to sprint 5 furlongs. Top selection here is the 1, Heading West. Made her Fort Erie debut in the Summer Solstice Cup on opening day, went to the lead and was run down by Tampa shipper Feel Like Guessing, Richard Davis. Heading West has that rail advantage, should be a speed threat. Might be able to hold on this time. The 3, Getting Ahead. Joni Mitchell claimed this one for $15,000 off of Norm McKnight at Woodbine on May 25th. Another one who went to the lead on that day and just could not hold on, was beaten a half length. Tries the dirt for the first time, another one who could be a speed threat in her Fort Erie debut. And to round things out, number 6, Be a Majestic Gigi. She showed a bit of run in her debut on October 11th last year, finishing 3rd, but then this year in the Summer Solstice Cup just walked out of the gate. Did not break at all, never got into the race, lost the race at the start. If she gets out of the gate, she is capable, should be capable of better. The blinkers come off. Race 7, fillies and mares claimers, 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. We're going to go 6 furlongs for a price of $5 down to $47.50. Scratch to 5, so we're down to a field of 6. I'm going with a bit of a long shot top pick here. Number 7, Only Believe. This one goes for Brian Corbett with Michael David riding. She did not run as bad as it looks in her May 30th race for $62.50. I thought she ran an okay race despite finishing 6th. She was able to win here against maidens last year. I just don't think she's got a ton to beat here, and on the right day, she is good enough to win. So at a price, I think she's worth a look. Number 6, One Last Fling, Nick Malini, Colebrook Farms, Helen Vanek, a dangerous combination here. This one ran 3rd in the same race that Only Believe exits. Was 2 lengths ahead of Only Believe that day. Winter raced at Penn National, where she broke her maiden back in November. A logical selection. Then number 1, same time next year. This is another Nick Malini, Colebrook Farms entrant. Juan Crawford has the call on this one. This one was 4th on May 30th, a length and 3/4 behind One Last Fling. Has the rail, could have some speed to run at, and could run on for a share. Back on the turf for the nightcap, maiden allowance, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. We're going to go about 7 furlongs. Big scratch of the number 2, Blame the Toll. So that makes this race a lot different with Blame the Toll out. I'm going to go with a second-time starter here, number 7, Charming Affair for Lane Gilliforty and Chiefswood Stable. This one debuted in the Summer Solstice Cup and was a little disappointing. Had some position, but just treaded water in the stretch. Lemon Drop Kid out of a Giant's Causeway mare that strongly suggests turf. Chris Husbands has the call and could improve in her second attempt. Number 3, Secret Sunshine, going for Roy Augustino and Mark Lee Buchanan, claimed for $7,500 at Woodbine on May 27th. She ran 3rd that day. Has a couple of turf starts last year. One of them was an okay 5th place finish on the outer turf at Woodbine. Secret Sunshine, probably much better than the 10-1 morning line suggests. Then to round things out, number 8, Brian of Tarth. Had a troubled trip on May 30th, had nowhere to go in the stretch, tons of horse, and just ran up on heels. Probably should have won that race pretty easily, despite finishing 3rd by 3/4 of a length. Gets a little more distance to work from, but has to overcome an outside draw. 8 races coming up today at Fort Erie. 18 minutes to post for the first. Best of luck with all your wagers.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPI Bet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Field for today's first race is making their way on track. Race 1 is a maiden claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. We're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs for a claiming price of $4,000 down to $3,750. Race 1 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. First to parade, number 1 is Best and Final. Leo Salas rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 2 is El Guero. Larry Munoz in to ride for trainer Joe Humber and owner MM Racing Stables. Gary Shadobiak owns and trains the number 3, Quick Reload. The rider is Kirk Johnson. Number 4 is Prince for a Day. Ishmael Mascara has the call for owner-trainer Cindy Musto. Completing the field, number 5 is Miss D's Pride. Deshaun Bino rides for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. 6 minutes to post for the opener, 6 minutes to get your early pick 5 wagers in. Down to 3 minutes to post. Race 1 field heading into the chute towards the starting gate. Not much time left to get your Race 1 wagers in. Horses for Race 1 set to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 6-5 favorite is number 4, Prince for a Day. Close second choice is the 1, Best and Final at 3-2. Also taking action at 4-1 is number 3, Quick Reload, making his 40 debut. Best and Final and Leo Salas first to go up. Larry Munoz in to ride El Guero. El Guero goes in. Quick Reload and Kirk Johnson to gate 3. Prince for a Day bet down to 4-5. Ishmael Mascara aboard. Last up will be Miss D's Pride and Deshaun Bino. All set for the opener. They're off. Prince for a Day out well. Quick Reload from the center. Along the rail, Best and Final is also going to be forwardly placed. Miss D's Pride is fourth on the far outside, and dropping back early is El Guero. Out of the chute and onto the backstretch, it is Quick Reload, a length on top of Prince for a Day, watching from the 2-path. Along the rail in third is Best and Final. Out wide in fourth, just 2 lengths off the lead, Miss D's Pride, and it's a gap of 8 back to El Guero. The quarter is 22-4. Not much has changed. It is Quick Reload leading the way. Prince for a Day has the lead down to a half. Miss D's Pride is into third in the 3-path. Fourth on the inside, Best and Final. Still a gap of 8 back to El Guero as they race into the turn with 3/8 of a mile to go. Quick Reloads up to a 2-length lead. Prince for a Day has asked for more under a right-handed whip by Mascara. He's 2 lengths better than Miss D's Pride and Best and Final. Still racing as a pair, past a half in 45-3. El Guero, Larry Munoz has fallen off. El Guero is loose. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're on the rail, please back off. Top of the lane, it is a Quick Reload looking to go gate to wire. Prince for a Day is second in the middle. Best and Final along the rail. Deep on the track is Miss D's Pride. But as they race into the final furlong, Quick Reload is up by 4. Quick Reload and Kirk Johnson are clearly best here. Quick Reload up by about 6. The battle is for place between Best and Final and Miss D's Pride. Down to the wire, Quick Reload. Best and Final got second over Miss D's Pride, and then Prince for a Day won 20-1. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 3, Quick Reload. Second was 1, Best and Final. Third, number 5, Miss D's Pride. And fourth, number 4, Prince for a Day. Unofficial race 1 order is 3-1-5-4. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a steward's inquiry involving the spill on the far turn. Just looking at racing action concerning the number 2, El Guero. Steward's inquiry has been posted. Quick reload back in the winner's circle now on official Race 1 winner. 4-year-old bay gelding by Reload out of Precious Audrey. Quick reload was bred here in Ontario by Canny Ing. Ridden to victory today in gate-to-wire fashion by Kirk Johnson. Quick reload races for owner-trainer Gary Shadobiak. Breaking the maiden in start number 5, Quick reload takes his Fort Erie debut, covering 6 1/2 furlongs in 1:20 and 1. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. Steward's inquiry has concluded. No change. Race 1 will be made official shortly. Race 1 is official. Price is up. Quick reload, 1140, 440, and 340. Best and final, 480 and 330. Miss D's Pride, 440 to show. $2 exacta, 3-1, 34.60. $1 try, 315. $43.75. $1 super, 3154, $65.75. Race 2 coming up next, start of the $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4. We have 19 minutes to post. Treat your team to a day at the races here at Fort Erie, only $13.25 per person. The track pack includes a food item, a drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more info, check out our website, forterieracing.com. Race 2 is coming up in 18 minutes. We have no changes.
One race down, 7 to go, and that means race 2 is going to kick off that early at pick 4 with that guaranteed pool of 7,500. We're at 5.5 furlongs here on the main track. Fillies and mares in the spotlight in this $4,000 claiming event. Looking at the condition, this is for horses that have not won a race in this calendar year or have not won a race in 4 races in their career. And looking at this field of 6, trainer Julie Mathis will send out a pair. We see Nick Mullaney Jr. has a horse, Daryl Ezra, all our usual trainers here coming out with this field of 6. And looking in terms of selections where I ended up, I was torn for a little bit, and I actually went with a horse that's 0 for 3 on the year. Horse that draws to the outside, a 5-year-old daughter of Greatar. That's the number 6, Morse Savvy, who I thought, looking at that first race of the season back on May 23rd on opening day, I thought she ran well considering she really wasn't close to the pace. She was dead last early on. She did make a nice late run in there to finish 4th, beaten by 5 1/4. And I just think if she can be put into contention earlier, she could be tough in here, and she is dropping a little bit. I do think this is a softer group than she had saw in her most recent performance. So he's around top. Leo Salas has the call, has been riding well at the meet so far and has brought home some long shots. The number 4, Ratique, this is a horse that I thought would take a lot of respect in here. You can see in those races at Fort Erie, when in the barn, and Nick Mullaney Jr. last year did flash some early speed, and it was just a question of whether or not she could hang around for a share or at least get a win. And she was able to rattle off 2 wins back-to-back, one of them on the slop with a 67 Beyer speed figure. A very impressive effort. She kind of trailed off in her next 2 starts, and last time at this level and at the distance, she was 3rd. Fresh Dreams was the winner. Sweet Finale. We saw both of these horses race very well yesterday on the program, and I just think getting back to the barn as well as getting another start here in a row at Fort Erie, we should see her form kind of reverse, and she should get back to what we've seen in the past. Helen Vanek and Nick Mullaney Jr. always a combo to watch here, just over 40% in the past year at Fort Erie. And then from here, I also like the number 5 in here, West Lodge Intrigue. And actually, I messed up. I used this horse actually in the second spot. And this is 1 of 2 for trainer Julie Mathis, who was against tougher last time out on the turf. And I'm just going to draw a line through that effort. I know 2 of her 8 career wins have been on the grass, but looking at her dirt races, she does have a win on the dirt. And I think in terms of maybe a pace perspective, she should be pressing that pace early on, like just looking at her prior performances. And I think she can hang around for a share. And I had to say, when the horses came over, 2 stood out to me. The 4, Ratique, looked great. And so did the 5, West Lodge Intrigue. She's a 10-year-old mare, but she's dappled out. She really carries her weight nicely. And I think she's got a shot in here. Melanie Pinto, been riding well at the meet. Also been riding very well the past 2 seasons for Julie Mathis. They've teamed up a lot. And like I said, she looks really great. You would have no idea that she's 10 years old. So I did use her in the second spot, Ratique for 3rd. But my top pick on the outside, the number 6, More Savvy with Leo Sals in the iron. Good luck.
Field for today's second race is making their way on track. Race 2 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year, or which have never won 4 races. We're going to go 5 1/2 furlongs for a claiming price of $4,000. Race 2 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $7,500. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is Cozy Cat. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Daryl Ezra and owner Larry Hutchison. 2 is Snell Flicka. Brandon Boulanger has the call for trainer Michael Blake and owner Pass Eye Peach Stables. Number 3 is Miss P's Bella. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Colebrook Farms, owners of number 4, Eratique. Helen Vanek rides for trainer Nick Mullaney Jr. 5 is West Lodge Intrigue. Melanie Pinto in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. And completing the field, number 6 is More Savvy. Leo Salas rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owners Radcliffe Racing Stable and Admiral Stable. 4 minutes to post for the second. $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4 starts here. Two minutes to post. Race 2 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Current favorite at 8-5 is the 6, More Savvy. Co-favorite is number 4, Erratique. First up is Cozy Cat under Amanda Vandermeersch. Snell Flicka, the next to go in under Brandon Boulanger. Miss P's Bella, one of 2 for the Julie Mathis barn. Kirk Johnson aboard. Erratique with Helen Vanek. Gate 5 for West Lodge Intrigue, the 10-year-old mare with Melanie Pinto. Last up will be More Savvy with Leo Salas. All set. And they're off. Out in a good line, Miss P's Bella out a little slow. Showing up is Snell Flicka. Along the rail is Cozy Cat. Between horses, Erratique is in position with West Lodge Intrigue to her outside. The top 4 are separated by 1.5 lengths. Out wide in 5th is More Savvy, and the trailer is Miss P's Bella. They race inside the half-mile pole. Snell Flicka is on top, 1.5. Racing between horses from 2nd is Erratique. Cozy Cat taking a bit of a shuffle in 4th. 3 deep is West Lodge Intrigue. Then we have the favorite, More Savvy, who's racing 3 lengths better than the trailer, Miss P's Bella. The quarter is 22 4. They're midway around the turn, and Snell Flicka is still on top. Second on the outside now is West Lodge Intrigue. Cozy Cat is looking for racing room. Erratique between horses. Swinging very wide is More Savvy as they turn for home. Snell Flicka looking to go all the way. Cozy Cat is second along the inside, needs to find a little more. Here comes More Savvy and West Lodge Intrigue down the outside. It is Snell Flicka on top. Cozy Cat angles outside and is trying within the final 16th. Snell Flicka looks to go gate to wire. Cozy Cat is second, More Savvy third, but Snell Flicka goes all the way. Cozy Cat was second, then More Savvy and West Lodge Intrigue, 106 2. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is 2, Snell Flicka. Second was number 1, Cozy Cat. Third, 6, More Savvy. And fourth, number 5, West Lodge Intrigue. Unofficial race 2 order is 2-1-6-5. Snell Flicka returning to the winner's circle, unofficial race 2 winner. Snell Flicka, a 7-year-old bay mare by JP's Gusto, out of Time to Get Wild. Bred in Florida by Brent Furnung, Crystal Furnung, and Andrew Furnung. Snell Flicka was ridden to victory today by Brandon Boulanger for trainer Michael Blake and owners Pass Eye Peach Stables. That is lifetime win number 7 for Snell Flicka, going gate to wire today, covering the 5 1/2 furlongs in 106 2. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. It's official. Snell Flicka, 12:20, 5:50, and 3:90. Long shot Cozy Cat in for second, 11:60 to place and 5:10 to show. And More Savvy, 2:60 to show. $2 exacta, 2-1, $119.60. The $1 try, 216, $123.05. $1 super, 2165, $517.75. And the $2 double, 3-2, $78.30. Starter optional claimers go to gate in race 3. We have 18 minutes to post. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room. It's open on live racing days and reservations are recommended. Race 3 is coming up in 17 minutes. No changes.
Race 3 is up next. It's a starter optional claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward at a distance of 5 furlongs on the main track. And it's a field of 5, but the talent is surely there. You look at a lot of runners in here, they have impressive resumes. And not only is the talent there, but the speed is there. A lot of speedy runners in here, and it's been interesting to look at some of them, even looking at Crafty Conquest. Showed a lot of speed in his last several efforts, but I will say his dirt efforts locally hasn't had that same amount of speed. Other horses have been quicker than him, and he's 0 for 8 on the dirt. Big Time Louie has been known to flash some speed in the past, but was pretty impressive last time out, rating and closing from off of it. Even horses such as Red Maple, who's participated in 2 furlong distance races. The 4, Shakumaku, is a speedy type, as well as Money Matters. It's going to be interesting to see how this compact field decides to play the break in here and who goes to the front and who decides to take back. When I looked at this field top to bottom, really tough to decide who to use on top. And I went with the number 5, Money Matters. This one out of the Allen Bird Barn, who just missed last time out in a pretty gritty stretch battle between him and Alacritus, who ended up getting the job done just by a neck. And he's nominated to the Cup race, one of them, this upcoming Father's Day on Sunday. And I just thought Money Matters was very impressive. Got a 74 buyer speed figure. And first start off the claim for the new connections. And you just look at his resume here, a very consistent type who's just, really grinded it out locally. And when I say consistent, he's 10 for 12 in the money locally. Pierre Mailhot was aboard him last time. I think he has some upside. And I mentioned he has speed. He draws the outside in here. There's a ton of speed to his inside. But in the past, we have seen him rate. And he's been able to pass horses. But I have to think he's going to be playing the break in here and probably close to it early on. The number 2, Big Time Louie. In some ways, I think, depending how fast they go up front early on, I could see him getting kind of a similar trip to last time out, where he only had a couple horses beaten early on and closed late to win by a length and a half under Mark Lee Buchanan, who's back aboard him. Roy Agostino's been off to a really great start here at the meet, 3 for 8, but 6 for 8 in the money. The question is, though, does his numbers stack against this bunch? I think if you go down the page, some of his races here locally would certainly put him in the mix here. His most recent buyer, though, a 56, he's going to have to be a little bit better, but he certainly could be better, just making his second start since late November. And then rounding out my top picks, the number 4, Shakumaku, I've been such a big fan of. He's such a nice horse here, 5-year-old son of Reload, who was second best last time out behind Big Time Louie. He went to the front in there and he tired and kind of had to hustle to the front, and then he tired. And I think just looking at his past performances, he had a tremendous season last year, and I think he needed that race off the layoff last year. He came back stronger in his second effort, and I think we're going to see the same thing today. And it's great to see him protected in this spot. Not in for the tag today. I think that says a lot about him. And as I mentioned, second start off the layoff, I think, is key for him. We'll see how he can kind of fare against horses such as Money Matters in this spot. And then again, facing Big Time Louie. But for me, slight nod in here to the outside, the number 5, Money Matters. Best of luck here in the third.
Field for today's third race is making their way on track. Race 3, starter optional claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $10,000. We're going to go 5 furlongs on the main track here. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 3 post parade, number 1 is Crafty Conquest. Deshaun Bino rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owners Joseph and Charles Lowakano. 2 is Big Time Louie. Mark Lee Buchanan has the call for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Steven Stables Limited. Number 3 is Red Maple. Omar Marino rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Racing Stables. Ryan Alderson owns the 4, Shaku Maku. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Tony Alderson. Completing the field is 5, Money Matters. Pierre Mailhot rides for owner-trainer Al Bird. 2 minutes to post for race 3. Starting gate taking position for today's third race. Not much time left to get your wagers in. Field for race 3 behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Very competitive group of 5 going here. 3-2 favorite is the 5. Money Matters, now 8-5. 2-1 second choice, Crafty Conquest, first to go up under Deshaun Bino. Big Time Louie looking for his second win of the campaign. Mark Lee Buchanan aboard. Goes in. Red Maple and Omar Marino have the center gate. Shaku Maku and Chris Husbands to gate 4. And the favorite, Money Matters, with Pierre Mailhot to the outside. All set. And they're off. Crafty Conquest out well from the rail. Shaku Maku out wide, and in between them is Red Maple. Big Time Louie, 2.5 lengths off the lead in fourth, and the trailer is going to be Money Matters. They're now spread out by about 6 lengths. Shaku Maku is racing out to a 3-length advantage as they race into the turn. Crafty Conquest is watching it unfold in second. Big Time Louie along the rail with Money Matters deep on the track, and Red Maple is tailing off. Look at that quarter, 21-3. Shaku Maku racing along at breakneck speed. Crafty Conquest is asked for more from second. Big Time Louie gaining ground in third, past the quarter pole with Money Matters to his outside. They turn for home. Shaku Maku still on top, asked now by Chris Husbands. Big Time Louie rallying along the rail. Out wide on the track is Crafty Conquest, and Money Matters tries to split them. 1/8 of a mile to go. Shaku Maku's lead is dwindling. Crafty Conquest down the outside. Shaku Maku trying to hold Crafty Conquest. Big Time Louie surging, but here's the wire. Shaku Maku just holds on. Crafty Conquest was second, then Big Time Louie and Money Matters, 58-1. Photo finish in the third. In the photo, Shaku Maku was able to hold on. Crafty Conquest, the number 1, was second. Third was number 2, Big Time Louie. And fourth, number 5, Money Matters. Unofficial race 3 order 4125. Shaku Maku now returning to the winner's circle, unofficial race 3 winner. A 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Reload out of Bursay. Shaku Maku was bred here in Ontario by Jennifer Ludi. Ridden to victory today by Chris Husbands for trainer Anthony Alderson and owner Ryan Alderson. Shaku Maku, a model of consistency. That's lifetime win number 6 in 15 tries. Taking advantage of his early speed and going the 5 furlongs today in 58 and 1. Hold all tickets until race 3 is official. And prices are in. Shaku Maku, $830, $430, and $310. Crafty Conquest, $510 and $380. Big Time Louie, $290. $2 Exacta, $4-1, $37.10. $1 Try, $412. $49.50. $1 Super, $4125. $60.40. $2 Double, $24, $50.20. And the $1 Pick 3, $203.85. On the turf course for the 4th race, start of the $7,500 guaranteed late pick 5, 20 minutes to post. Mark your calendars. The 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. And we want to wish a very happy birthday to one of Fort Erie Racetrack's own, Fletch. Happy birthday, Fletch, from all of your friends and family here in Fort Erie. Race 4 coming up in 19 minutes. Rider change on the number 3, Dr. Uptown. Make the rider Amanda Vandermeersch correct the weight to 117 pounds with a single bug. On screen now, the show photo for today's 3rd race.
Well, the rain has started to fall here at the fort, but that's not going to stop us from getting on the turf here in race number 4, which kicks off the late pick 5, a $7,500 guarantee in the pool at about 7 furlongs on the turf course is this claiming event, price tag of $6,250. And looking at this field, I think there's a couple horses to really take note of, a couple of horses that are going to stretch out and maybe get to a preferred 2-turn distance on the grass, and others that maybe have a race under their belt and just could step up, making their second appearance here locally. And ultimately, I did go to the 4 on top, Ben Lomond. This one out of the Anthony Adamo barn was claimed 2 starts back and did have that 1 run here locally against starter optional claiming competition, was not in for the tag and just was third best, really even in that race. I think needed more in the stretch, just was not able to get to the top 2. And more specifically, looking at the winner, Dot's Vision has always been a respectable horse here on the turf course and one to watch. So for Ben Lomond, this is certainly class relief compared to what he faced last time out, but still going to look for his first win in 2023. Some other ones in here. The number 2, William Boy. This one out of the Seething Cathcart barn. You look at his races here at Fort Erie, he's 2 for 2 on the turf course. He's won both of those performances. Very similar trips in each of them where he just kind of split those fields mid-pack early on, made a really nice late run, and ended up being much the best. And I remember this horse down from Gulfstream Park days when he was down at Gulfstream Park. Huge upset of odds of 54-1, and he was able to kind of craft a similar trip to what we've seen locally. So that win, though, was on the Tapeta. He's undefeated here on the turf course, and just kind of looking back to last week in the races here, Union Colonel was a similar horse, had really good performances locally, undefeated, and was able to go 3 for 3. And just looking at William Boy now, really on his toes, looks ready to go here. Fresh off the layoff. We haven't seen him since October of 2022. And then from here, the number 3, Dr. Uptown. Make the rider Amanda Vandermeer. This is who I went to next. A very consistent type here locally on the turf course. 7 for 8 in the money, half of which of those efforts have resulted in wins. And you can look at his most recent races and say, you know what, hey, his form kind of trailed off late in 2022. I wouldn't be shocked, though, to see him pick it back up here locally, because you get on the page. Last 2 efforts were both at Woodmine on the synthetic 3-back. This is a race that was rained off and moved down to the dirt. So that was also going 1 mile and 70. I just think looking at today's distance and the surface, it's going to hit him right.
Field for race 4, making their way on track. Race 4 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4 races. We're on the turf course, rated good, going about 7 furlongs. Claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $7,500. Race 4 post parade, number 1 is Beyond My Dreams. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Candace Warwick owns the 2. William Boy, Chris Husbands rides for trainer Stephen Cathcart. Number 3 is Dr. Uptown. Amanda Vandermeersch picks up the mount for trainer Josh Robillard and owners Radcliffe Racing Stable and Admiral Stable. Number 4 is Ben Lomond. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Bermuda Blue Farm. Warren LeBlanc owns and trains the 5, One Punch Charlie. The rider is Jodine Anderson. 6 is Savvy's Sister. Isabel Wentz rides for trainer Paula Loescher and owner Christopher Colaleo. Completing the field, number 7 is AI Initiative. Leo Salas rides for trainer Sharon Chicato and owner Jim Vitier. 3 minutes to post for race 4. Starting gate in position, race 4 field crossing onto the turf course. Last call to get your wagers in. Race 4 field heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 2-1 favorite is the 9-year-old, number 4, Ben Lomond. William Boy also taking support at 3-1. 7-2 on One Punch Charlie, a winner at Woodbine in his most recent start. First to load is One Punch Charlie with Jodine Anderson, Beyond My Dreams and Melanie Pinto to gate 1. William Boy and Chris Husbands looking for a race-to-race double. Dr. Uptown with Amanda Vandermeersch. Dr. Uptown backs out. Now Dr. Uptown is in. Savvy's Sister and Isabel Wentz to gate 6. Ben Lomond and Kirk Johnson to gate 4. Ben Lomond co-favored with One Punch Charlie at 5-2. Not quite in yet. Ben Lomond backs out once again. Ben Lomond almost in. He's set. The last one will be AI Initiative with Leo Salas. AI Initiative goes in. We are all set. They're off. One Punch Charlie out best. He's surging clear to make the early lead. William Boy along the inside with Dr. Uptown, then Ben Lomond, and widest of all is Savvy's Sister. It's a gap of 2 to Beyond My Dreams, and the trailer is AI Initiative. They race into the opening turn. One Punch Charlie has the lead over Savvy's Sister, who's second on the outside. Stalking from third in a pocket is William Boy. Then we have Ben Lomond and Dr. Uptown. It's a gap of 3 back to AI Initiative and Beyond My Dreams. Into the backstretch they go. Savvy's Sister has rushed up to take the lead from One Punch Charlie past a quarter in 24-2. Ben Lomond has gained position into third on the outside. William Boy fourth. Dr. Uptown is a half length back in fifth. Then another 2 back to Beyond My Dreams and AI Initiative. Midway down the backstretch, it's Savvy's Sister now being hounded by Ben Lomond to the outside. Ben Lomond puts the pressure on Savvy's Sister. One Punch Charlie is third. Dr. Uptown is into fourth, passing William Boy. The half was 48-4. AI Initiative is now sixth, and the trailer is Beyond My Dreams. Midway round the far turn, Ben Lomond has the lead with a quarter of a mile to go. One Punch Charlie into second, and Dr. Uptown is ranging up 3 wide. Here comes AI Initiative from the back, but it is Ben Lomond leading the way. Ben Lomond has control. One Punch Charlie coming back on again, and here's Dr. Uptown, 3 across the track. Dr. Uptown and One Punch Charlie dueling from the back. Here comes AI Initiative. It's Dr. Uptown, a slim lead from One Punch Charlie down to the wire. It is Dr. Uptown. Dr. Uptown wins ahead over One Punch Charlie, then AI Initiative and William Boy, 128 and 2. Photo finish in race 4. Hold all tickets. In the photo, it's Dr. Uptown, number 3. Second was One Punch Charlie. Third was number 7, AI Initiative. And fourth, number 2, William Boy. Unofficial race 4 order, 3-5-7-2. And returning to the winner's circle, unofficial race 4 winner, number 3, Dr. Uptown. Dr. Uptown's a 7-year-old chestnut gelding by Dr. Peach out of Rosie's Uptown. Bred in Florida by Sharon Biamont. Dr. Uptown ridden to victory today by apprentice Amanda Vandermeersch, who picks up the mount for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable and Admiral Stable. Lifetime win number 5 for Dr. Uptown, all 5 coming over the Fort Erie Turf Course. Completing the about 7 furlong distance today in 128 and 2. Hold all tickets until race 4 is official. Prices are up. It's official. Dr. Uptown, 1080, 520, and 390. Number 5, One Punch Charlie, 390 and 340. Long Shot AI Initiative in for show. That's a $730 return. $2 Exacta, 3.5, $39.90. $1 Try, 357. $173.15. $1 Super, 3572. $758.45. $2 double for 3, 43.10, and the $1 pick 3, 150 and 50 cents. We had a claim out of the 4th race. Number 4, Ben Lomond, claimed by Bruno Schickadans and moves to the barn of trainer Julie Mathis. We want to wish a happy 60th birthday to Greg Whale from the girls. On screen now, the win photo for race 4. Race 4 win photo on screen now. Race 5 coming up in 17 minutes. We have a rider change on the 4, Demi Kwando. Make the rider Pierre Mailhot.
Race 5 is up next. It kicks off the late pick 4 at 6.5 furlongs on the main track. A $6,250 claiming event. An interesting field here going postward of 6 runners. Just one change to note. Brian Shane's off his mounts today, so there's a new rider on the 4. Make that pair male hot. So diving into this race and which direction to go, I think it's going to be extremely tough to beat the number 5, Striking Moon. Helen Vanek, Nick Mulaney Jr. teaming up here. I mentioned earlier, they're over 40% the past year here at Fort Erie. And just looking at this horse, he's been against tougher. You can see more recently was in for $16,000 at Penn National. Now he's just in for $6,250. And looking at his local performances, he's had 4 efforts, one of which was a win. And you go back to that win, it was a pretty nice effort to say the least. It was at 6 furlongs against starter optional claiming competition. He broke actually last in that race and ended up finishing on top by over just a length, I should say, at the 6 furlong distance. And the pace wasn't that quick against that group for that level at least. And he ended up being much the best with an 83 Beyer speed figure. You want to look at his more recent races, they've all been at Penn National, as I alluded to, and the effort 2 back, I think, would be good enough to win, at least against this bunch today. Got a 66 Beyer against 12.5 claimers there, was just second best behind Jump Master, and maybe he'll just appreciate getting on a different dirt surface. They all play very differently, especially Penn National compared to Fort Erie, and he's working lights out for the start here. 2 bullet drills back-to-back, more recently 48-4, and prior to that 47-4. So top pick here, though, at a short price. Now looking at others, I understand the number 3, Be the Change, was 0 for 10 last season, but he's still in the money 6 of those times. His last appearance of 2022 is lackluster, but I'm going to draw a line through it. I think just knowing that the synthetic up there plays different, it's not worth diving into. And prior to that, he went off favored against $4,000 claimers and just was 3rd best. And typically the story with Be the Changes, he's a minor share player. He's a horse that kind of plods along, and he can close up late to get minor pieces, but it's been a while since he's won. But hey, in 2021, he was a 3-time winner. So it's not like those days are that far behind him. He's a 9-year-old now. He may need a race to get going, as we've seen in the past, but I think he's interesting in this spot. Josh Robillard is the conditioner, was able to pick up a win in race number 4 with Dr. Uptown. And nice to see Melanie Pinto booked to ride this one. And then rounding it out from here, the number 6, Cryptic Creed. So I landed on in the 3rd spot. He's just 3 for 13 in his career lifetime, kind of a more of a limited runner in terms of starts here compared to some of these older veterans. And obviously he's 4 years old, so he hasn't had that much experience. But you look how he ended the season last year. I thought it was a very nice 2nd place finish behind Money Matters, who we saw today. Really didn't get rolling, but was able to get rolling a couple weeks ago in a tough spot. I think looking at that 62.50 claiming event, it was quite competitive. Go further down the page, I will say he may want to go longer than 6.5. He might be more of a 2-turn horse, but it's a good starting point to kind of stick to a 1-turn distance, especially because it is early in the meet. Options are limited, and maybe this will get some fitness into him. So I use him as a minor player, but top to bottom, I think it's going to be very difficult to beat the number 5, Striking Moon. Don't forget, last chance here, late pick 4 action, 20-cent minimum. Good luck.
Field making their way on track for today's 5th race. Race 5 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4 races. We're going to go 6.5 furlongs for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Race 5 Post Parade, number 1 is Crumlin Experience. Brandon Boulanger rides for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Harvey Bussey. 2 is Glitter Mountain. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Gerald Erfel. Radcliffe Racing Stable, owner of the 3, Be the Change. Melanie Pinto in the saddle for trainer Josh Robillard. Number 4 is Dimmy Quando. Pierre Mailhot picks up the mount for trainer Stephen Cathcart and owner Andrew Stronach. Striking Moon is the 5. Helen Vanek rides for owner-trainer Nick Malini Jr. And completing the field is number 6, Cryptic Creed. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. 3 minutes to post for the 5th. Late pick 4 starts here. Race 5 field heading towards the starting gate. Last call to get your Race 5 wagers in. Crumlin Experience, the first to head back under Brandon Boulanger. Crumlin Experience goes in. Gate 2 is Glitter Mountain and Chris Husbands. Be the Change up next with Melanie Pinto. Pierre Mailhot picks up the mount on Demi Kwando. Bet down to 2-5, Striking Moon with Helen Vanek. The last to go in will be Cryptic Creed with Kirk Johnson. All set. And they're off. Striking Moon out best. Be the Change also showing speed from the middle. Glitter Bay is now showing up with on the inside Crumlin Experience. These four are the best out. It's a gap of 3 back to Cryptic Creed, and Demi Kwando trails as they race onto the backstretch. Be the Change has a head in front of Glitter Mountain. On the outside stalking is Striking Moon. Along the rail is Crumlin Experience. The top 4 have now opened up 5 on Demi Kwando and Cryptic Creed. 23-1 the opening quarters. Be the Change is shaken loose. He's a length on top of Striking Moon. Crumlin Experience is third as Glitter Mountain begins to backpedal. Angling to the outside is Demi Kwando, and widest of all is Cryptic Creed. 3/8 of a mile left to go, and Striking Moon, bet down to 1-9, descends on Be the Change. The top 2 have opened up 6 on Crumlin Experience. Demi Kwando is into 4th, and then we have Glitter Mountain, and at the back is Cryptic Creed. The half was 46-3. It is Striking Moon and Be the Change 1-2 at the head of the lane. Striking Moon with a short lead. Be the Change tries to fight back. Crumlin Experience and Demi Kwando are battling for the show spot with just over a furlong to go. Striking Moon is going best. He's up by 4. Striking Moon and Helen Vanek are well clear. Be the Change is well clear of Demi Kwando, who's into 3rd, but as they come down to the wire, it's an in-hand victory for Striking Moon. Striking Moon by about 6, Be the Change, and then Demi Kwando. 4th was Glitter Mountain, 1:18-4. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is 5, Striking Moon. Second was number 3, Be the Change. Third, number 4, Demi Kwando. And 4th, number 2, Glitter Mountain. Unofficial race 5 order is 5-3-4-2. Race 5 is official. Striking Moon returns 2 10s across the board. Be the change, 460 and 250. Dimi Quando, 310. $2 exacta, 5-3, $6.60. $1 try, 5-3-4, $16.85. $1 super, 5-3-4-2, $47.45. $2 double, 3-5, $10.60. The $1 pick 3, $35.70. $1 pick 4, $260.50, and the $1 early pick 5, $1,856. Striking Moon, the official winner of today's 5th race, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Palace Malice out of Roxy Fast Moon, bred in Florida by Southwind Stables Incorporated. Ridden to victory today by Helen Vanek for owner-trainer Nick Malini Jr. Striking Moon delivers the 1-9 promise in his 5th lifetime win, completing the 6 1/2 furlongs in 1:18 and 4. 17 minutes to post for the 6th. And we want to remind everybody that racing this next week will just be on Sunday, the 18th, for Father's Day. There will be no races on Monday or Tuesday. Race 6 coming up in 16 minutes. Changes. Number 3, Getting Ahead, will be 1 pound over at 119 pounds. Rider change on number 6, Be a Majestic Gigi. Make the rider Juan Crawford.
The final pick 3 of the day gets underway here in race 6. And interestingly enough, the pick 3 is going to end and start with a maiden special weight event. This one, though, on the main track, 5 furlongs, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Field of 6 going postward. Just one change to note. The number 6 will be piloted by Juan Crawford. We have a little bit of everything. I mean, no one really has a ton of race day experience. We have a couple first-time starters. And I just thought the 2 that have really good recent performances and have that race day experience were the ones to go through. That being the number 1 Heading West and the 3 Getting Ahead. And I have to say, both of them physically look great. I mean, looking at Heading West, I actually think this horse has put on some weight, and she just looks like she continues to mature here. I have to say she made a better impression today than she did last time. And last time I thought she looked great. And then looking at the number 3 Getting Ahead, this filly is very big. She's very tall. She's filled out nicely. Just another type that's growing. But I thought from a size perspective, she is quite big, and she's actually my top pick in here. You look at her, and the one thing that she's really shown so far is speed through and through. She debuted at a mile on a turf. That was too far for her. Then you can see she's been cut back to those one-turn races up at Woodbine on November 17th, and more recently does have that start in 2023, which was her best performance. It seems maybe she needed to mature from 2 to 3, and she was able to run very well fresh off the layoff. She was in for the $15,000 tag. She was claimed out of that event and finds her here against maiden special weight competition. And looking at her pedigree, on the bottom side, you can see a mare by English Channel, which would suggest turf, but on the top, super speedy. I'm not too concerned about, especially knowing that the dirt sprinters from him are quite strong. And last time out, she was just able to hang around and just missed by half a length. So I think she looks tough here, assuming she can take to the dirt. I do use her on top. Chris Husbands has the mount. I think her biggest rival and another horse that's going to get a lot of respect in here is the number 1 Heading West, who was formerly trained by Brian Lynch down at Gulfstream Park. Showed something on debut, but didn't really get going after that. And a lot of those races made in special weight level. And then even for those claiming races, they can be tough, especially in the winter at Gulfstream Park, the championship meet. And just to see the way she was able to handle the dirt in this summer Stolz's Cup, I thought was very good. She took some respect in there, and just after kind of taking him to the early on, was able to open up. She ended up tiring to finish second, beaten by half a length. So I like that she's just going to make her second start since March, her second start in the barn, and also sticks with the 5 ace. I think that's probably where she can go. I'm not sure she can really stretch out from there, but Melanie Pinto, very familiar with this filly. And then from there, lots of options to go to. I actually went to one of the first-time starters. Looking at Julie Mathis, I think her first-time starters have raced well, but just from a pedigree perspective, I went to the 4, Leah Sunshine. We're going to see if trainer Canal Boo can get a birthday win. And just looking at the pedigree here, she's by Old Forester, who's about 12% with first-time starters, but she's a half-sister to a horse by the name of Ella's My Love, who's a 7-time winner in the career, and 5 of those wins were on the dirt. I know her works are not the sharpest. She hasn't been very quick in those works, but I have to say, I like that they've stretched her out gradually with each work. She has a couple pairs of 3 furlong drills, then 4 furlong, and more recently, those 5 furlong drills with one out of the gate. Kurt Johnson has the call, but I think those horses with race day experience, that being the 1 and the 3, have the edge. And the 3 just looks like this one might be able to handle the dirt quite nicely in that first start on the dirt today. So that's the direction that I went. Good luck here if you're playing the late pick 3, and good luck if you're playing the 6th race in general.
Field for today's sixth race is making their way on track. Race 6 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, sprinting 5 furlongs over the main track. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 6 post parade, number 1 is Heading West. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Mickey Neubauer and owner Lori Norris. 2 is She's Hot to Trot. Deshaun Bino has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 3 is Getting Ahead. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Joan Mitchell and owners Linda Lippy, Wilfred Irwin, and David Weingarten. Away from parade, number 4 is Leah's Sunshine. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. 5 is Lightning Marie. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Claudia Rabstein and owner David Tomlinson. Completing the field, number 6 is Be a Majestic Gigi. Juan Crawford picks up the mount for trainer Julie Mathis and owners Joseph and Charles Lowakano. Not much time left to the 6th, final pick 3 of the card offered here. Get your wagers in. Starting gate has taken position. Not much time left to get your race 6 wagers in. Race 6 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Even money on number 3, getting ahead. Second choice at 2-1 is the 1, heading west. Field of 6, maiden allowance fillies set to go here. First up will be heading west and Melanie Pinto. First time starter, She's Hot to Trot with Deshaun Bino. She's Hot to Trot goes in. Getting ahead, bet down to 4-5. Chris Husbands aboard. Leah's Sunshine, another first-time starter. Kirk Johnson aboard. They're going to load Leah's Sunshine without the rider. She goes in. Kirk Johnson to climb back aboard. Lightning Marie with Pierre Mailhot. Gate 5. And the outside post is Be a Majestic Gigi with Juan Crawford. All set. And they're off. Getting ahead was out best. Along the inside is heading west. Right beside her is She's Hot to Trot, and then Lightning Marie out in the 3 path. It's a gap of 2.5 back to Be a Majestic Gigi, and the trailer is Leah's Sunshine. They race into the far turn. Getting ahead has the lead. Heading west is under a hold from the rail. She's Hot to Trot racing between horses with Lightning Marie out 3 wide. A gap of 3 back to Be a Majestic Gigi, and tailed off in last is Leah's Sunshine. Opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. It is Getting Ahead leading the way. Heading west is angled off of the rail to launch her bid at the quarter pole. These two have opened up 3 on She's Hot to Trot. Out wide on the track, Be a Majestic Gigi tries to launch a rally. Down the stretch they come. Getting Ahead's lead is down to a half length as Heading West launches down the outside. Heading West coming at Getting Ahead within the final furlong. Getting Ahead still has the lead. Heading West is trying down the outside but not doing enough. It is Getting Ahead to win. Getting ahead by 1 3/4. Heading west was second, then Be a Majestic Gigi and She's Hot to Trot in 1 minute and 1. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 3, Getting Ahead. Second was 1, Heading West. Third, number 6, Be a Majestic Gigi. And fourth, number 2, She's Hot to Trot. Unofficial race 6 order, 3-1-6-2. Race 6 is official. Prices are up, getting ahead. The 4 to 5 favorite, 380, 210, and 210. Heading west, 210, 210, and be a Majestic GG, 420. $2 exacta, 3-1, $5.10. $1 try, 316, $10.15. $1 super, 3162, 2820. $2 double, 5-3, $4.60, and the $1 pick 3, 15.25. Late double wagering coming up in the 7th. We have 18 minutes to post. Official winner of race 6, getting ahead, is a 3-year-old bay filly by Super Speedy out of another channel, bred here in Ontario by Jay Coughlin. Ridden to victory today by Christopher Husband, securing a double on today's card. Trained by Joan Mitchell for owners Linda Lippy, Wilfred Irwin, and David Weingarten. Getting ahead goes off the claim, completing the 5 furlongs in 1 minute and 1/5. The dog races are back this summer at Fort Erie Racetrack. Wiener Dogs take the track on Sunday, July 16th. Then on Sunday, August 13th, we'll have the Basset Hounds. Dog races to take place after the last horse races. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Race 7 coming up next. Overweight on number 4, She Ain't No Joke. 1 pound over at 119 pounds. Vet Scratch the 5, Roadmap. Number 6, One Last Fling, 3 over at 121. And an overweight on the 7, Only Believe, 1 pound over at 121 pounds. 16 minutes to post.
Race 7 is up next. This is for non-winners of 2 lifetime. In for the $5,000 tag, fillies and mares, and the distance here is 6 furlongs on the main track. This is the start of the late double, and just one item here to really bookkeep with. The number 5 roadmap is a vet scratch, so we'll have to wait to see her on another day. It leaves us with a field of 6 here, and looking at this group, it's kind of an interesting race. Nick Mulaney Jr., who was able to win earlier with Strikey Moon, has a pair in here, and a couple of other horses that have been, on the shelf, or they're coming from other tracks. And when it came down to it, I went to the number 6, One Last Fling. This is one of 2 for Nick in here. I thought ran okay here on May 30th, was 3rd best in that spot. Pennies from Above scored a mild upset at odds of 7-2, and was sort of the horse that you looked going into the race. I believe she was 1 for 17 lifetime, but she had really great energy in the paddock. And in terms of trips, she just got the trip in there and ended up being much the best. And I think just having that one start here locally, this one should be able to improve in here, especially against this group. It is a slight drop in terms of claiming price. In terms of level, though, I think this is pretty similar to what she was able to face here on May 30th. And the big thing is, when you go down the page, it's does she have the ability to pass horses? When you look at that win, her lone win, that maiden win at the $10,000 level at Penn National, she went to the front and was able to open up on them. And in here, I wonder if she'll be able to do the same thing. There's not a ton of pace in here. I know the 4 has been forwardly placed, but is coming out of a mile race, is cutting back. So I think One Last Fling could be very dangerous in this race with Helen Vanek in the irons. Now, I mentioned the number 4 in here as another horse. She ain't no joke. This one out of the Sharon Sacato barn. Just a note, if you see this horse on track and you think the horse has blinkers on, doesn't have blinkers on, but you'll see that hood. So has the hood part of the blinkers, but no cups. Has raced with this before and does have races locally here at Fort Erie. Was able to graduate here in one of those appearances, but that was going a mile and 70 yards over the mud at the $4,000 level. It bodes well, though. She came back and faced winners for the first time out. She was simply 2nd best behind Seabit's Bow, who, if I'm not mistaken, was trained by Mickey Neubauer. And even going down the page, her form has been all right. She's had 2 performances that were lackluster, that on October 11th and then more recently November 15th at Mountaineer, but they put her on the shelf for a while. And then to see her race on April 30th, I think she ran well. That was going a mile. She's the pace setter in there, took some pressure and did tire late. So the cutback could help her in terms of trip. I'm curious to see. I'm not sure she's as quick as the 6 in here. And I think she might just be a couple of lengths off the pace setter early on. And then rounding it out from here, I thought it was wide open. But if you like One Last Fling, her stablemate was just behind her in that race on May 30th, that being the number 1, same time next year. And she's been kind of got settled out here in the walking ring. She's walking out here as very well behaved for seeing that she was saddled out here. She, as I mentioned, she finished 4th, and she only had 1 horse beaten early on, and she was able to make up some ground, which I think is a promising thing and something to note. Her stablemate was a little bit more flat and even throughout, where she was trying to pick up the pieces late. So I think she's intriguing. Juan Crawford is going to climb back aboard her and was able to get familiar with her last time out. But for me, I do go to her stablemate, the number 6, One Last Fling, as my top pick. Good luck here in the 7th.
Field for race 7 is making their way on track. It's a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to go 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Scratch to 5, a roadmap. Race 7 post parade, away from parade is number 1, same time next year. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Nick Malini Jr. and owner Colebrook Farms. Number 2 is Original Me. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Howard Keene, who owns in partnership with Christina Mills. Number 3 is Fleeka. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. 4 is She Ain't No Joke. Chris Husband's in the saddle for trainer Sharon Chicato, who owns in partnership with Vino Bihari. Scratch the 5, number 6 is One Last Fling. Helen Vanek rides for trainer Nick Malini Jr. and owner Colebrook Farms. And completing the field, number 7 is Only Believe. Michael David rides for owner trainer Brian Corbett. Not much time left for the 7th, late double wagering offered here. Starting gate taking position, not much time to get your race 7 wagers in. Field for race 7 behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 9 to 5 on the 6, one last fling. A close second choice is number 4, She Ain't No Joke at 2 to 1. Field of 6 set to begin loading. First to go up will be Same Time Next Year, and Juan Crawford, one of 2 entrants for Nick Malini Jr. and Colebrook Farms. Original Me makes her Fort Erie debut with apprentice Amanda Vandermeersch. The Gray Filly, Fleeka, with Kirk Johnson to gate 3. She Ain't No Joke. Chris Husband's looking for his 3rd on the day. One Last Fling and Helen Vanek. Last up is Only Believe with Michael David. All set. And they're off. One Last Fling out best with Only Believe to her outside. She Ain't No Joke is showing up from the center with Same Time Next Year on the rail. Then it's 1.5 back to Original Me and Fleeka at the back. They race inside the 5 furlong pole, and it is One Last Fling, the even money favorite, 1.5 lengths clear of She Ain't No Joke. Only Believe is racing 3rd on the outside, a length better than Same Time Next Year from 4th, past a quarter in 22 and 3. A gap of 2 back to Original Me and Fleeka at the back. They race into the turn. It is One Last Fling. The lead is up to 3. She Ain't No Joke is second, another 3 lengths better than Only Believe, then Same Time Next Year. Fleeka 2 lengths behind those 2, and a gap of 3 back to Original Me. Just over a quarter of a mile left to go. The field is well strung out. One Last Fling led the way past a half in 46 and 1. The lead is still 4 lengths over She Ain't No Joke. They race down the stretch. One Last Fling looks like she has this all wrapped up at the 8th pole. The lead is up to 8 and extending. Only Believe is trying to get into second past She Ain't No Joke. Coming down to the wire. This is no doubt about this. One Last Fling on top. One Last Fling and Helen Vanek going on to a 7-length victory. Only Believe made up some ground to be second. Then She Ain't No Joke and Fleeka, 113 and 2. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 6, One Last Fling. Second was 7, Only Believe. Third, number 4, She Ain't No Joke. And fourth, number 3, Fleeka. Unofficial race 7 order is 6-7-4-3. Now returning is the unofficial race 7 winner, number 6, One Last Fling. A 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Where's the Ring out of Abbey Grace. One Last Fling, a homebred in Ontario for Colebrook Farms. Ridden to victory today by Helen Vanek for trainer Nick Malini Jr. That's a double on the card for the combo of Vanek and Malini. One Last Fling scores the second lifetime win in start number 10, completing the 6 furlongs in 1:13.2. Hold all tickets until race 7 is made official. Race 7 is now official. Prices are up. One Last Fling, 410, 270, and 210. Number 7, Only Believe, 580 and 280. And number 4, She Ain't No Joke, 250. $2 exacta, 6-7, $17.60. $1 try, 674, 26.30. $1 super, 6743, $139.45. $2 double, 36, 880, and the $1 pick 3, $6.05. Jackpot High Five coming up in the nightcap or on the turf. Carryover, 11,456. Be sure to come on out on Sunday for our special Father's Day card. First post will be 12 o'clock. We're going to have vendors, the farmers market, and food trucks on site. Father's Day at the races this Sunday at noon. Jackpot High Five wagering here in the 8th. Be the only winning ticket to collect the whole jackpot. Carryover, $11,456.12. Race 8 coming up in 20 minutes. Vet Scratch the 2, Blame the Toll. And an overweight on number 3, Secret Sunshine, 2 pounds over at 120. 19 minutes to post.
Time for our final race on this Tuesday program. Race number 8 at about 7 furlongs on the turf course. A maiden special weight event for fillies and mares at 3-year-olds and upward. Just one scratch in here of the number 2, Blame the Toll, who was the morning line favorite, was a rat scratch. So we'll have to wait to see her in another race. Leaves us with a field of 7. And there's a couple directions to go in. And looking at maybe key races last time out, that race on May 30th, race number 7 to be specific, I think is the one to hone in on. It was a 5-ace event, maiden special weight competition, and looking at some runners that exit that race, really looking at the 8, Brienne of Tarth, and the 4, Miss Schiller, both raced very well. But if you watch the replay, there were some issues in the stretch. Brienne of Tarth ran out of room and was towards the inside and had to check significantly. But despite that, was able to recover and ended up finishing 3rd in a dead heat, if I'm not mistaken, with one of her stablemates, just beaten by 3/4 of a length. And I think with a cleaner trip, huge shot today, and she's going to stretch out in distance. She's going to go from that 5-ace race to just about 7 furlongs. And you look at some of her efforts going long at Tampa. I just wonder if this distance is going to be the perfect distance. A mile and a 16th might be a little long, 5/8 short. So this is about as best as we can do here at Fort Erie. So I like this distance for her. Gets the outside post, and Juan Crawford was aboard last time out and is back aboard today. Now, the number 7, Charming Affair, is a 4-year-old daughter of Lemon Drop Kid for Chiefswood Stable. Lane Gilliforty, the conditioner here, was 4th in that Summer Solstice Cup. And, didn't really get too, running in the stretch there. I thought this horse could have showed more, but wasn't able to do so. A pretty level-headed performance, but it was on the dirt going 5-ace. And just looking at the pedigree, being a daughter of Lemon Drop Kid is one thing, but also looking at the bottom side, Magical Affair, she's been quite the producer, but in terms of a racehorse herself, she was 2nd in the Edgewood at Churchill Downs, which is a stakes race, and that's on the turf. So I think combining that with the fact that this one's siblings and half-siblings have fared well either on the turf or the synthetic, I think she's going to handle this surface better. And I was actually a little surprised in that debut that she was on the main track. Chris Husbands usually rides for this outfit and has the mount here. And then rounding it out, I thought it was wide open. I thought the 1 and the 3 were both sneaky in here. But going back to that May 30th race and having that race locally on the turf course, I ended up going to the number 4, Miss Schiller, as my 3rd selection. She was another one that was rolling late, but they were unable to get to Black Taffy in that effort. She's going to stretch out in distance. She comes in here off a career best effort where she had a 47 buyer speed figure, and we'll see if she can close late in here and maybe pick up a share. But I did go to the outside. I think Brienne of Tarth on the stretch out with a cleaner trip has a big shot of taking this nightcap and finally getting that graduation victory. Good luck here.
Field for today's 8th and final race is making their way on track. Race 8 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, going about 7 furlongs over the turf course. Race 8 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high-five wagering. Carryover is up over $11,000. Turf is rated as good. Scratch the 2. Race 8 post parade, number 1 is Donna Rama. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Kevin Buttigieg and owner Henley Thoroughbreds Limited. Scratch the 2. Coming on track now is the 3, Secret Sunshine. Mark Lee Buchanan pilots for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Stevens Stables Limited. Number 4 is Miss Schiller. Omar Marino has the call for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Number 5 is Belle Femme. Jodine Anderson rides for trainer Noel Williams and owner Laura Williams. Six Brothers Stable own the 6, Menagerie. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Ken Albu. Number 7 is Charming Affair. Chris Husbands in the saddle for trainer Lane Gilliforty and owner Chiefswood Stable. And last to parade, number 8 is Brian of Tarth. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. 4 minutes to post for race 8. Starting gate in position on the turf course. 1 minute to post for the nightcap. Race 8 field crossing onto the turf course. Not much time left to get your wagers in. Jackpot High Five offered here. Race 8 field heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. Even money on number 8, Brian of Tarth, favored off of a troubled trip a couple of weeks ago. 7-2 on second-time starter Charming Affair. 4-1 on Miss Schiller as we begin the loading process. Donna Rumma and Amanda Vandermeersch will be the first to go up. Donna Rumma goes in. Secret Sunshine off the claim. Mark Lee Buchanan aboard. Miss Schiller and Omar Marino. Miss Schiller a bit reluctant to go in. And now Miss Schiller is in the starting gate. Belle Femme and Jodine Anderson. Menagerie and Kirk Johnson. Charming Affair and Chris Husbands. The last to go in will be Brian of Tarth and Juan Crawford. Miss Schiller acting up in the gate. Brian of Tarth goes in and we're all set. They're off. Out in a clean line, Charming Affair is going for the early lead along the rail. Donna Rumma, deep on the track, Brian of Tarth, with Belle Femme and Menagerie racing between them, a gap of 2 more to Miss Schiller, and the trailer is going to be Secret Sunshine. They race into the turn. It is Charming Affair on top along the rail. Donna Rumma is in second. Belle Femme races between horses with Brian of Tarth in the 3-path. Gap of 2.5 back to Menagerie in 5th. Another 2 to Miss Schiller. And at the back, saving ground is Secret Sunshine. Into the backstretch, the quarter was 25 seconds flat. It is Charming Affair leading the way. Brian of Tarth has tugged her way into second on the outside. Donna Rumma in a pocket from third. Menagerie begins to gain ground as Belle Femme backpedals. Secret Sunshine has a lot of horse from the back, and out wide on the course is Miss Schiller. Down the backstretch they go into the far turn. It is Charming Affair maintaining a length lead. Brian of Tarth is now launching a rally. The lead is down to a half length, past a half in 49-4. Menagerie is third, 2 lengths off the lead. Donna Rumma needs more from the inside. Here comes Miss Schiller from the back with Secret Sunshine between horses. Belle Femme is tailed off as they swing for home. Brian of Tarth has taken a lead from Charming Affair, who's resilient on the inside. Miss Schiller out in the 4-path. Menagerie also in contention. Brian of Tarth has taken control with 1/8 of a mile to go. It's Brian of Tarth by 2. Here comes Miss Schiller down the outside with Menagerie. Final 70 yards. Brian of Tarth has the lead. Miss Schiller is surging with Omar Marino. Miss Schiller gets the head in front. Down to the wire, it's Miss Schiller, 3/4 of a length over Brian of Tarth. Then it was Menagerie and Donna Rumma, 129-4. Unofficial in race 8, the winner is number 4, Miss Schiller. Second was 8, Brian of Tarth. Third, number 6, Menagerie. And fourth, number 1, Donnarumma. Unofficial race 8 order, 4-8-6-1. Now galloping back, the unofficial race 8 winner, number 4, Miss Schiller. 4-year-old bay filly by Wee Miss Artie out of Fantastique. Miss Schiller was bred here in Ontario by Canny Ing. Ridden to victory today by Omar Marino for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Miss Schiller breaks the maiden in attempt number 8, completing the about 7 furlongs in 1:29 and 4. Hold all tickets until race 8 is made official. Race 8 is now official. Prices are up. Miss Schiller, 10-10, 470 and 350. Number 8, Brian of Tarth, 390 and 280. Number 6, Menagerie, 570. $2 exacta, 4.8, 33.40. $1 try, 4.86. $138.45. $1 super, 4.861. $400.55. Multiple winners in the high five, $1 combo, 48613. $496.70. The carryover into Sunday's card will be $15,908.57. $2 double, 6-4, 23.80. The $1 pick 3, 24.55. $1 pick 4, 36.60. And the $1 late pick 5, $184.40. Jackpot high five is growing. Sunday's carryover will be $15,908.57. Check out our website, FortErieRacing.com, for all things Fort Erie Racetrack. Info about the track, info about events, live streaming, and race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back on Sunday, special first post of 12 p.m. to celebrate Father's Day. Be sure to come on out. Our Father's Day card will include vendors, the farmers market, and food trucks all on site. And as a reminder, with the Father's Day card, we will have no racing on Monday or Tuesday next week. It will just be the Sunday Father's Day card. Free concerts are back this summer at Fort Erie Racetrack. Our next concert will be Tuesday, June 27th after the races, featuring The Trip. Our full summer concert schedule is on screen now. The dogs are back at Fort Erie this summer. Wiener Dogs take the track on Sunday, July 16th, and the Basset Hounds on Sunday, August 13th. Dog races will take place after the last horse race each day. Be sure to save the date, the Prince of Wales Stakes, coming up on Tuesday, September 12th. Be sure to come on out for the highlight of the Fort Erie season. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays and Saturdays at 10:30 on Thursdays, 10 p.m. on Saturdays. So that concludes the racing week here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Another strong day. We want to thank everybody for joining us today. Got a bit cloudy, but it turned into a beautiful Tuesday evening. We will be back on Sunday. We hope to see you all out. Everybody have a lovely week.